There you go, Mr. Clerk. Thank you very much. I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chadzenall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Michael Marshall. He is the minister at Zion Travelers Missionary Baptist Church in Jackson, Mississippi. He's a guest of Senator Frazier. The invocation be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Frazier. Minister Marshall.
Good morning to everyone that I have not spoken to this morning. I ask you not to take this privilege lightly because it's a blessing that each and every one of us are standing where we are standing this morning. Not because of us, but because of his grace and mercy that we are here, amen. Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we come humbling ourselves before you, realizing that each and every day, Father, that you bless our eyes to come open, that we need your help. So many times we try to function and do things on our own. That's when we mess up. For we know, Father, that you have put a great task on their lives. And we pray that you would just help them to yield to your will and your way. For you told us that our understanding is not your understanding, as far as the east is from the west. Father, but we pray that you would just move on their behalf. For we know, Father, if a child asks a father something, the children get instructions. But you want us to come to you when we are facing situations that we can't handle on our own. We need your instruction. We need your directions. That you would steer us in the way that you would have of us to go. That we would do what your will is. Father, we thank you for your grace and your mercy, for your love and your care. For your darling son that stood on our behalf. We wasn't fit to live, nor were we ready to die. But you allowed him to go and take all of our sins to the cross. That's why we can do what we are doing right now. And we pray that you would just help us to eagerly be so mindful that it's never because of us, but it's all because of you. Bless each and every member that is in this chamber. Father, all staff members, for we know that they are working diligently because I've been in the midst of them. Some good times and some bad times, some ups and some downs. But you told us in this life that we was going to have tribulation, but not to fret about them because you have already overcame them all. And if we don't lean to our own understanding, and acknowledge you in all our ways, you told us that you would direct our path. Now, we need you to direct our path, strengthen us, encourage us, help us to continue to go forward, to move this state forward. Not only, Father, those that are in this chamber, but all of our elected officials all across this land and country. Help them to yield to your will and your way, that you will be in charge. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Senator Fraser, you can help us. Thank you, Minister Marshall. Thank you, Senator Fraser. Now the reading of the journal. Senator, you're recognized. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senators move to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk is recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions, recognize Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Polk, for your usual good job. Senator Simmons, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
A special announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the Senate chamber. Senator Jordan is celebrating a special day today. Today is his birthday, and he is at the young age of 91. and also, his wife is also celebrating her birthday today as well. So thank you all.
Thank you, Senator Jordan, for decades of leadership. Senator Tate, you're recognized, sir.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you'll direct your attention to the North Gallery, we have with us Dr. John Mark Kane. Dr. John Mark, if you'll stand up. He's a Lauderdale County Superintendent on behalf of myself, Rod Hickman, and Tyler McCon. Please make him feel welcome.
Thank you and welcome. Good to see you again. Senator Michelle.
Thank you for another birthday announcement, please. Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
Exactly 61 days after Senator Jordan was born, our good friend and attorney Sam Martin, who does such a great job for us, was born. He's celebrating birthday number 30 today. So join me in welcoming Sam. Happy birthday.
Put that in one of the resolutions, Sam. We'll pick it up there. Senator Kirby, for an announcement, sir.
Thank you. Introduction.
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, our doctor of the day today, I'm very happy to say, is Dr. Wayne Enzer, OBGYN at UMC, and he's from Rankin County, so on behalf of the Rankin County delegation, if the Senate would please make him welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd, you're recognized for introduction, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery today, I have one of my favorite constituents who's here with the Young Bankers Association. If y'all help me welcome Andrew Sosebee.
I thought those were all young bankers. Why did you signal him out?
Bring that one.
Okay. Figured you had a loan or something, whatever. Senator Polk.
Introduction.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the wake of Senator Boyd's special announcement there, I'd like to introduce in the South and West Gallery the whole group of young bankers that are part of the Mississippi Bankers Association. They're here for their spring Capital Day. Let's make them welcome.
Thank you. We enjoyed visiting with you earlier this morning. We so appreciate you taking time and hopefully joining us today in a learning experience. All right, any other introductions? Okay, we're going to go to Senator Polk for a presentation. Senator Polk, you're recognized for a special introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for 4 privileges for the Purvis High School baseball team and their official party.
Sergeant at Arms, please bring in our guest. The one on the end, Senator Polk, is not a member of the team.
Mr. President, I'd ask that the resolution be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution Number 23, a resolution commending and congratulating the Purvis High School Tornadoes baseball team and head coach Tony Farlow for winning his 4th MHSAA Class 4A state baseball championship. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Purvis High School Tornadoes baseball team and head coach Tony Farlow for winning its 4th MHSAA Class 4A state baseball championship and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future success.
Mr. President, today we have Senators Fillingane and Johnson also celebrating with this team, and also Representative Morgan, who is here with us also. Mr. President, Senate colleagues, if you want to win a 4A baseball championship in Mississippi, you're most probably going to have to come through the Lamar County School District to do it. Purvis High School baseball had an amazing season. And to get to the state championship, they had to win the South State. And to do that, they had to beat another Lamar County School District school, Sumrall High School, which is Senator Fillingane's alma mater. These young men are not only great athletes, they are receiving a grade A education. Purvis High is an A-rated school. I'd like to introduce you to the superintendent of the Lamar County School District, Dr. Steve Hampton, the assistant district superintendent, Dr. Patrick Gray, Purvis principal, Brad Skeen, and athletic director, Patrick Lee. Lamar County School District's an A-rated district. The district has 8 A-rated schools and 6 B-rated schools. To say I'm proud of the team is very much an understatement. They perform on the field and in the classroom. So much of this has to do with their coach of 26 years, Coach Tony Farlow. Mr. President, I'd ask that you recognize Coach Farlow to address the Mississippi State Senate.
Coach Farlow, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank you, Senator Polk. A lot of nice things you said about our school district. Lamar County is a special place to work and a special place to coach baseball. You know, we couldn't do it without our administration, our principals, superintendents, athletic directors, but I especially want to thank my assistant coaches. Andy McCarter, our pitching coach, Justin Crosby, one of our hitting coaches, and Joseph Mowdy, one of my assistant coaches. We were fortunate last year to win a state championship. It's really hard in Mississippi to win any kind of championship. You got a lot of good teams, especially in 4A baseball. Senator Polk pretty much hit the nail on the head. I mean, you know, you're pretty much going to have to go through some role if you want to play for a state championship. We're in the middle of doing that right now to try to get to one this year. But it was a great series last year. We were able to get 2 out of 3 from them in the South State and go ahead and play West Lauderdale and win a state championship last year. So last year was a very special year, but these players are very special players. This was a team last year that worked hard, loved playing the game, spent many hours on the baseball field practicing and trying to get better. Yeah, the ball kind of bounced our way a little bit last year, but they earned everything they got last year, and it's a special team. And I want to take just a minute to recognize also Joseph Parker. Joseph, you'll raise your hand. Joseph was selected 4A, Mississippi 4A Baseball Player of the Year last year. That's a very special award, and we was proud of him for that. So thank y'all for this opportunity. Thank you for recognizing us. And like I said, we appreciate everything y'all do for us. Thank you, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Coach Farrell. I still have my Tornadoes hat from the last football game a couple of years ago. Congratulations to each of you. Young men, rare honor to be able to do that. Thank you. The athletic achievements by those individuals are outstanding. Even more outstanding is the academic portion that they presented. And Senator Polk and Senator Johnson and Senator Fillingham are rightfully proud. Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time I would like to ask for floor privileges for the Meridian High School Wildcat Boys basketball team and head coach Ronald Norman. And while they come...
Privileges are granted. Would Sergeant at Arms please escort the guests to the floor?
While they come, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have in the North and West galleries, on behalf of myself and Senator Branning, we have the Winston County Academy 7th grade class. So they would stand at this time and let the Senate make them feel welcome. Thank you, Mr. President. This time, I would like to ask that Senate Resolution 47 be called up and the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution number 47, a resolution commending and congratulating the Meridian High School Wildcats boys basketball team and head coach Ronald Norman for winning their first MHSAA 7A state championship. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Meridian High School Wildcats boys basketball team and head coach Ronald Norman for winning the first MHSAA 7A state championship and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Ronald Norman, Meridian High School Principal Angela McQuarley, and Athletic Director Dr. Cheyenne Trussell, and forwarded to the Meridian School Board and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. I just want to say that this is not just a team that stands before you. It is a program that has been put together that flows from the head down, from the athletic director, Mr. Trussell, all the way to the coach and the members of this team. They are not just athletes, but they are student athletes who perform well both on and off the court, and I am immensely proud to have them here with us today to honor them for this major accomplishment. They have simply made history. They are the first 7A boys basketball team to win the Mississippi High School Sports Association 7A championship, and so I am extremely proud of them. And at this time, Mr. President, I would like to ask that head coach Ronald Norman be able to address the Mississippi State Senate at this time.
Coach Norman, you're recognized to address the Senate.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Again, I'm honored to be here. This is my second rodeo coming to visit you all. The first time we were up in the gallery, but I'm just ecstatic that Mr. Rod gave me this opportunity to be here. We couldn't be more proud to represent Lauderdale County and Meridian High School. Have a great group of kids here that are overachievers. Nothing that was put against us. We don't have any 5-star players, 3-star, 7-star players, but we got a group of young men that will fight and compete against all odds to try to win, and we again thank you for having us here.
Thank you, Coach.
I'll be remiss if I don't speak to the best AD ever, Dr. Cheyenne Trussell, my assistant coaches, Mr. Kenton Wheaton, Mr. Miles Miller, who was here in 2017 when we won it, and Mr. Tom Unhauer.
Congratulations to you young men. Very hard to be here twice. So congratulations to each of y'all for your hard work. Okay. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for a floor presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for special floor privileges for the family of Mississippi's own Jimmy Buffett, Lucy Buffett, Mark Lumpkin, and Maggie Milstead, her assistant, and also Representative Jimmy Fondren.
Sergeant Arms, please escort them to the podium.
Okay, if you didn't know, everybody's a parrot head today, so. And I would invite, if you would like, any of the Coast senators and any Southern Miss representatives, please join us. North, yes. Mr. President, may I be allowed to address the Senate?
You're recognized to address. Do you want to read the resolution, sir, first?
Yes, I would ask that the clerk please read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 518, a concurrent resolution mourning the loss and celebrating the contributions and career of Mississippi music icon and tropical rock legend and USM alumnus Jimmy Buffett of Pascagoula, Mississippi, who created his own genre of music and a worldwide business Mississippi music empire, and expressing the sympathy of the legislature on the passing of this Mississippi music legend. Now, therefore, Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we mourn the loss and celebrate the contributions and career of Mississippi music icon and tropical rock legend and USM alumnus Jimmy Buffett of Pascagoula, Mississippi, who created his own genre of music in a worldwide music business empire and expressed the sympathy of the legislature on the passing of this Mississippi music legend. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to the surviving family of Jimmy Buffett, forwarded to the Mississippi Music Hall of Fame and the National Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk and the body. This is a special moment today, and I will say if I'll introduce the family we have with us. Mark Lumpkin, who's from Pascagoula and Hattiesburg now. We have Maggie, and I'll get to Maggie in a minute and introduce her. But if you've ever been to Lulu's in Gulf Shores and Destin, this is Lulu right here. So as she said when we started, she said, what goes on in Lulu's stays at Lulu's. So Lucy Buffett, Jimmy's sister, and Maggie is her assistant. And this is truly a special day that we're recognizing really world-renowned Jimmy Buffett, who's Mississippi's own, but also was born in Pascagoula, which is a special moment. And if you go to Pascagoula, his house has been reserved, and you can take photos. And since his passing, it has really become a memorial to everything that is the Gulf Coast and Jimmy Buffett. I think I went by there and they had Land Shark beer sitting on the steps, along with Lay's and other stuff. And so it's really great for us to do this. And we know what a great musical tradition we have in the state of Mississippi, particularly coming out of the Delta. And we on the Gulf Coast have that as well. And Jimmy has lived that life. I would say, Lucy, you've lived that life too.
We do.
I wanted to, and Mark brought with him, I'm just going to read a couple highlights because it truly is a lesson or a family history of Jimmy Buffett and the Gulf Coast. And their father, Lucy and Jimmy's father, his name was J.D. And I guess it was, as he says, his act of disobedience created the splash that formed the ripples that carried the Buffetts to Pascagoula. James Skinner Buffett became Captain James Delaney Buffett, a master mariner. If you know the song, and Lucy shared this with me, Captain and the Kid, that was about their grandfather, one of Jimmy's favorite and one of the fun ones. And then they lived on the house on Front Street on the Pascagoula River, their grandfather. And then Patsy met a handsome Boilermaker named Roy Baxter Lumpkin while she worked at a retail business in Pascagoula. So that's Mark's family, and we've just caught up on the family history of Jackson County and Pascagoula. So apparently the Lumpkins and the Buffetts and others are all related somehow. And then I wanted to read what he wrote. He wrote this in Jimmy's passing, but before that, the Buffett's home on Parsley Avenue was the center for birthdays, anniversaries, Sunday lunches, seafood boils, family reunions, and mom's gumbo. They went to OLV and graduated from high school. And Mark wrote, we all knew he would be a success. We thought he would be a successful priest, bishop, or maybe even a cardinal. We just missed the singer, songwriter, pilot, sailor, surfer, best-selling author, friend of presidents, environmentalist, philanthropist, and business mogul parts. His heart was huge. He was a natural leader full of charm. He was respected as far back as the days of Parsley Avenue. He treated everyone with respect and was very creative, always doing something fun. Jimmy will long be remembered, regaled, and romanticized by the world. He touched many. His family has many fond memories. He will always be loved and missed. His reach circumnavigated the world just as he sailed it. Man, y'all are poets in the whole family. We find comfort in our memories, proud of the heritage we shared, and acknowledge how hard they strive to forge a life on the Gulf Coast. And then I'll conclude with this. Senator Blunt, a number of years ago, worked with us and helped us name the beach in Pascagoula Buffett Beach. And with that, we like to have a celebration. So we had a celebration. Jimmy actually came and played. I don't know if you remember that. Jimmy came and played, and it was probably the biggest concert you've ever seen on the beach in Pascagoula. I was there, of course, and what was so interesting, people were their parrot head selves. They had their shirts on, and I looked around, and they had their drinks in the hand, and I went and went, well, I know you're a Democrat, and I know you're a Republican, and I know your politics, but everybody was there celebrating Jimmy Buffett. And I think that's what Jimmy was about. And I think it was about living the Gulf Coast life and doing things that were really fun and bringing people together. So it is a pleasure to honor Jimmy Buffett. And I will say he's been honored in other states, Alabama and Florida in particular. And so we had to get him here because he was first here with us. So, Mr. President, I would ask that Lucy be allowed to address the Senate.
Lucy, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank y'all for having this, for inviting us here, taking this initiative to honor my brother, who is, I get emotional, but it's emotion of a lot of joy and a lot of gratitude. Jimmy was very clear with people because, as we all know how misinformation gets out there, a lot of times they wanted, Alabama would claim him. Yes, we grew up in Alabama, but he was always very clear to correct people that he was born in Mississippi. I happen to be the only Buffett not born in Mississippi, and I feel like I got the short end of the stick. What Mark described, there was a little compound on Parsley that consisted of our grandparents and his mom and dad, and all the cousins would come there. And we're not far from the beach, and our grandfather and our uncle would come in from exotic places unknown because they were seamen. And those stories and Jimmy's time spent, his youth spent on Parsley Avenue, inspired him to seek out other places in the world and to create the niche that ended up becoming this unbelievable entrepreneurial, event based on his just desire to write a few songs, his poetry, and he was first and foremost an entertainer, but he also loved business, but he loved his family. Mississippi was important to him. He made sure in his will that some of his ashes will go in Pascagoula. And so, that is so huge. He had so many homes, so many tribes of people. He could be with the shrimpers. He could be with the billionaires. He could be with his business crew people. He could be with the sailors. He could go fishing. He could play tennis. He had a bandwidth like someone I have never seen. He balanced play and work like someone I've never seen. Mainly, as I say, we were always left in his vapor trail because he was on to the next thing. And that's how I think he touched so many people. And mainly his themes and his songs were sort of just mythic themes. And there's some beautiful lessons in a lot of his ballads. But he was a businessman too. And if they wanted to hear Margaritaville, he gave them Margaritaville because he was working for those people. And he was the son of shipyard working people. And that ethic continued. He wrote his liner notes 3 or 4 weeks before he died. He was planning to go back on tour. And you know, that Gulf Coast lifestyle, but his Mississippi heritage is a huge piece of his big story. So my parents would be so thrilled with this honor that you all are recognizing him in Mississippi. And I told Mark, I said, gosh, this is not a good time for me. I've got all this stuff going on. I've got people coming in. I got Robert St. John coming in to help me with my business. You all know him. And I'm so happy. I'm so getting connected back to Mississippi. But I said, my mama, what would my mama do, who was born in Crystal Springs? She would say, you better get up to Jackson. And so I'm here to thank you all and you know, to let you know that Jimmy in his schoolboy heart kind of way he'd be really pleased, but he'd be a little bit humbled. And in Alabama, they wanted to put some statue up at the Pancake Tunnel or something once, and he said, woo, don't do that till I'm dead. I don't want to do any of that till I'm dead. So he was as real in every single one of his roles as he was on the stage with his barefoot singing. And, you know, he kept saying, keep the party going. And that meant enjoy our lives, but it also meant live good lives, basically. Live good lives. And he brought people together with music and margaritas. And my Mississippi mother, from the time we were this big, taught us to respect everyone and keep an open mind. And for that, he always gave her all of the credit for his success. Daddy got some because he had the drive and the passion, but Mama had the smarts and the poetry. And all of that gumbo of genes is what created us. And we are from Mississippi. So thank you all. And y'all come see me at Lulu's.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's falling apart. Huh? Yeah. And Mr. President, I'm requesting that the history of Jimmy Buffett be included in today's journal that Mark has written.
Seeing no objection, it is granted.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senate.
I'm just hopeful they'll all stay and not go waste away in Margaritaville or Lulu's. Congratulations. We're proud to have you here. Okay, Senator Robinson.
Mr. President, I would like to make an introduction out of order, please.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. If you will please turn your attention to the West Gallery. Please help me make welcome the South Jones High School marching band members who won all superior in the 5A competition. Congratulations, South Jones
Written
band.
down which ones need to be covered, but I'm going to join that. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to the calendar. Number one, Senator Hobson. Right. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, you interrupted my good discussion with Lucy Buffett. I lived in her first cousin's, I lived in Jimmy Buffett's cousin's home in Gulfport for 3 years or thereabouts, and not quite 3 years, but I lived in their home. And I'd always heard the tales, if I may, while Mr. President's busy, heard the tales this was Jimmy Buffett's family's home, and I just had it confirmed that indeed it was, so really neat. When I moved in the house, while the President's doing, I've got the floor. When I moved in the house, the people that had been there left some stuff in the attic, and I was convinced I was going to find a Jimmy Buffett picture or Jimmy Buffett paraphernalia, but much to my chagrin, I did not find any Jimmy Buffett artifacts there. Can I proceed, Mr. President?
You can. I'm sorry, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 1 and have the title
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1210, the Dr. Elton Mack Huddleston Rural Veterinary Scholarship Program established.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we're honoring great Mississippians like Jimmy Buffett, we have an opportunity to honor another great Mississippian, someone who was a colleague and a friend to many of us. He and I came into the legislature together at the same time, but more than that, a great family man, a great veterinarian, and a patriot and public servant in the sense that he fought in Vietnam. But Dr. Elton Mack Huddleston, and many of you knew him, what a fine gentleman he was, and we're honored to have served with him. The House Bill 1210 that's before you now is setting up a rural veterinarian scholarship program for students at Mississippi State University. And there's a dearth of rural veterinarians in our state, and this would create 2 scholarships per year, up to 4 years. And it would also require that those students, this is a program that will be promulgated through IHL and Mississippi State University, and it would require those students that get this scholarship to go serve in rural communities, and they would be eligible for $30,000 in scholarship funds, or $60,000 a year, $240,000 total, and this scholarship would be named in honor of Mack Huddleston, our dear friend who departed us last year. I will yield for questions if there are already, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Ruray.
None, I move adoption of House Bill 1210 by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Cards voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
I ask that we skip items 2 and 3 on the calendar, go to item 4, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1037, deficit appropriation revised process for state agencies to avoid the need for.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I ask that you recognize Senator Polk.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If y'all remember, last year we passed the Deficit Prevention Act that required state agencies to let the legislature know when they saw a deficit coming before the end of the year and the end of their appropriation. This bill, House Bill 1037, was requested by the peer committee to enhance that bill. And what it does is enhance it to include also additional appropriations and supplemental appropriations that might become necessary. It requires that the use of a standardized request form be promulgated by LBO and DFA. On the form, it will have to include the description of the need, the explanation of why the agency cannot cover the expenses with their existing appropriation, the impact if it is not approved, the plan to avoid or limit any additional deficit or supplemental appropriation, the listing of all funds and the entity is authorized to expend, the amount appropriated from each fund, the amount of funds expended at the time of the request, and the current cash balance in their fund. The Legislative Budget Office and the Department of Finance shall approve, recommend changes, or create new plans to avoid or limit the need for additional deficit or supplemental appropriations for each state agency. The department or institution based on the information that's provided in the standardized form. The bill will take effect July 1st, 2024. I'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready.
Final passage, use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Procedure. According to voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
Yes, we go to item 5 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1519, short line railroad, authorize certain towns to acquire and operate.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator
Be
Hobson.
recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike-off, Senator.
This is a proposal. We passed it in committee twice. I did not bring it up on the floor last time. It died on the calendar because I knew the House had the same or similar vehicle alive to bring forward. And we've taken their bill and changed one thing in it. And let me explain what this bill does. This is allows a town to be able to take over a short line railroad. A short line railroad is defined as one that's no more than 50 total route miles, and they can take over a short line railroad and operate it. There is a provision in here, the key provision for purposes of what we're looking at is, as it relates to one manufacturing site in particular, is that if they've received grants or loans from the state or from the United States of America, that the town will be obligated to operate that short line railroad for a term not less than 20 years, and so, or not to exceed 20 years. So they're required to stay on the in control of the railroad for at least 20 years. There is a project down in Southwest Mississippi where the town of Gloucester has received federal grant money. I think it was $5 million, and also received some state money for a manufacturing project in that site, and they need the short line railroad to be able to operate and deliver the product out of that site. So that is what this bill does. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Motion would be adoption of the strike all.
Motion is to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now I move passage of the bill by use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voting no. Seymour, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Anyone? Present. With one no vote, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson, we're on item 6. Pass and retain items 6 and 7. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. We'll start on finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 8, House Bill 155, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 155, Local Governments Capital Improvements Revolving Loan Program, including municipal natural gas facilities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill takes the already established Local Governments Capital Improvement Revolving Loan Fund and adds the ability for a repair, renovation, improvement of municipal natural gas facilities. Right now, there are a lot of opportunities for purposes that they can use this loan program for: construction or repair of water sewer facilities, construction or repair of drainage systems for industrial development, fire protection, economic development purposes, repair of existing buildings, access roads for industrial development. And this just adds the ability to use the funds, the revolving loan program, for renovation and improvement and repair of municipal gas facilities, natural gas facilities. That's the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests you use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to go to item 9, House Bill 893, and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 893, Distinctive Motor Vehicle License Tag, authorized issuance to supporters of the Navy CB Foundation.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the omnibus tag bill from the House side. It does have a reverse repealer in it. Make sure you've gotten to council any tag requests. We're going to be finalizing that list here soon, so we'll insert it in the final bill here in the coming week or two. So that is the explanation of the bill. I yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests you use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, have them retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 15, House Bill 310, have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 310, application for privilege license tag for vehicles increased from 7 to 30 working days.
Senator Harkins.
Move that we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
Make the usual motion.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Harkins.
I move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Ladies and gentlemen, this simply moves the day. Right now, if you buy a new vehicle, you've got 7 days to get a tag, and this changes it to 30 days without being penalized. It goes from 7 to 30. That's the explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Are there any questions? No questions. Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The strike all is adopted. Senator.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill's passed. Senator.
I'd like to skip item 16, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 17, House Bill 1190, have the title read.
We'll pass and retain item 16, go to item 17, House Bill 1190. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1190, alcoholic beverages, revised definition of qualified resort area under the local option alcoholic beverage control law.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Like to move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Williams to explain it.
Senator Williams, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Senate Bill. What we did was take the language of Senate Bill number 2457 we passed out here a few weeks ago and put in here. It simply allows Mississippi State to purchase a property that's adjacent to campus that's now become part of it. This will allow them to have the same alcohol ordinance or conformity across the entire parts of campus. Lines 342 through 348 describe the exact piece of property, so that's what we're talking about. I'll yield to any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
If none, I'd move for a motion of the motion to adopt the strike all, Mr. President.
The motion is to adopt the strike all. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd move for passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any questions? Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Frazier as present. Anyone else? Senator Chisholm as present. As no. Senator Chisholm as no. Anyone else? Senator Norwood is present. Senator Norwood is present. Anyone else? Senator Parker as no.
Parker, no.
Senator Branning as no.
Senator Tate as present.
Senator Tate as present. Anyone else? Would you read those back, please? Make sure we got everyone.
Voting no, Chisholm, Norwood, Parker, and Branning. Voting present, Frazier and Tate.
Senator Blunt. I beg your pardon? It's 1190, yes. No. Senator Blunt as no. Okay, anyone else? Seeing none.
To the vote.
Hold on. Oh, Senator Blunt to the vote and change to aye. Okay. From no to aye. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 18 through 22, have them retain their place on the calendar, go to item 23, House Bill 1638, and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain items 18 through 22. Go to item 23, House Bill number 1638. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1638, income tax, allow DHS to collect debts owed to it through set off against state income tax refunds.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I move we adopt the strike all. Recognize Senator Filligan to explain.
Senator Filligan, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. So House Bill 1638 deals with the Department of Human Services, and they have in their department a benefit recovery unit, which is responsible for establishing, monitoring, and tracking overpayment recovery for MDHS programmatic divisions, mainly SNAP benefits and child care vouchers, due to benefits issued in error or instances of fraud. So typically what this is both of these programs that they oversee are income-based. So if your income changes over time, which, if you're hourly employees, maybe you're working more hours, or maybe you get a benefit increase, new job, whatever, there's sometimes a lag in the time between when those benefits and wages increase and when the Department of Human Services picks up on that increase. And sometimes during that gap period, you no longer qualify for these benefits, but yet you've already received these benefits. So in those instances, the benefit recovery unit at Department of Human Services reaches out to the individual and says, hey, we've overpaid you X number of dollars. We need to set up a payment plan for you to make repayment to the state for those benefits that you no longer qualified for. And sometimes that happens in instances where it doesn't happen. What this bill would allow essentially is for an income tax refund from the state to be able to be attached to reimburse the state for those overpayments. And in the language of this strike all, it would have to be an amount of $125 or more. So if it was under $125, it wouldn't apply. But if it was over $125, then the DHS could reach out and take those tax refund monies to reimburse the state for these overpayments. That is what the strike all does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I just wanted a little clarification on that.
Okay. Do you yield, Senator Jordan?
Sure.
Senator Jordan.
Yes, sir. If they get an increase, they should report it. When they do not, that's when they take action here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I want.
And a lot of times that's not anything intentional on their part. People are busy and they don't get around to reporting the increase or the change of income quickly enough. And so there may be a couple of payments received between when that pay increases and when the department finds out about it. So in a lot of these instances, it's not an intentional fraudulent activity. It's just a lag in time between when those wages increase and when the department finds out about it.
Does the amount have anything to do with it? Because actually, if not, then people would continue to do that. So there's what you're saying, there's no penalty there.
Right. They're not being charged extra. The state identifies that an amount of money has been overpaid to them. They are contacted by the department, and in a lot of instances, they go ahead and just set up a plan to repay that on their own. But in instances where they don't or can't, then this bill would allow a tax refund to that person to be attached for whatever amount the overpayment is.
I say, so to get it out of you receiving anything from income tax, then they get their share.
That is correct.
According to what you owe.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Horn? Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Filligan, what if the recipient has already started a payment plan with DHS?
In those instances, I think they let that payment plan continue on. These are for instances where they've made efforts to get the monies back and they've been unsuccessful in getting the monies reimbursed to the state.
And what if the amount of the refund exceeds what they owe?
Then they get the rest. Obviously, the state's only going to take the portion that's owed to the state, and in instances where it's a really small amount, this bill would not apply. It has to be over $125 or more to enact use of this particular provision.
Okay, so who sends them the amount of the refund that is more than what they owe? Does the Department of Revenue send it to them, or does DHS get all of their refund and then they cut them a check for the amount that's above what's owed?
Yeah, that's a great technical question. I'm not sure I've gotten that far into the weeds with it, but I would assume there would have to be coordination between Department of Revenue and Department of Human Services in order for them to get that amount of money in the first place, and then a refund obviously is the balance of that refund is owed to the individual for sure.
But you don't know who's responsible for getting that balance to them.
I mean, I'll find out for you. I have not asked them that question. I don't want to mislead you.
Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Senator Finnegan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Any other questions? No further questions, Senator.
Then I guess the motion is to adopt the strike all?
Yes. Senator moves to adopt the strike all. Anyone? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No
Strike
further
all is
questions. I move adoption of the measure by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Turner Ford is no. Senator Horn is no. Senator Brumfield is no. Anyone else wish to be recording no? Present. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 24, 25, and 26 on the calendar and have them retain their place on the calendar and go to item 27, House Bill 1525, and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain items 24, 25, and 26 will retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 27, House Bill number 1525. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1525, alcoholic beverages, provides certain provisions regarding locations for sell-off.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes from the House. It is a similar bill that we passed here that allows for on-campus, if university or community college wants to put a restaurant that has a service that offers liquor by the glass, it does allow them to do that, but it does not allow them to have a liquor store on campus. That is the explanation of the bill. If there aren't any questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Move passage on the morning. If there are no questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Chisholm, Senator Branning, Senator Parker, Senator Frazier, and Senator Turner Ford, and Senator Hill, and Senator Seymour. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone present? Please read those back that are voting no.
Voting no, Chisholm, Branning, Parker, Hill, Turner Ford, and Seymour, and Frazier.
Anyone else? Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. I'm going to check. Not the first one. It's still been blocked.
Was that 50?
We got it.
Okay, we'll move to the rules calendar. First up, Senator Kirby, we'll give you time to get your notes. Senator Norwood, would you like to be recognized?
Introduction of resolution in order.
You're recognized. Bring it forward.
No. Did you vote no on the last one? You were trying to be, okay, we got it.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title of the resolution.
Commend JSU Ladies Tigers women's basketball team and Coach Tamika Reed for winning SWAC championship for 5th straight year.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Senator Norwood. Let's move to item 28 on the calendar. Senator Kirby, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 28, Senate nomination number 91, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 91, Ann Hall Brashear, Original Mississippi Commission on the Status of Women, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2027, representing an at-large appointment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Ann Hall Brazier, I think most all of you know, is an outstanding young lady that we're all very proud of. She's been nominated for the Mississippi Commission on the Status of Women for 4 years, beginning July the 1st. If there are no questions, I'll move that we do advise and consent by use of morning roll call.
Thank you, Senator Kirby. The motion is we do advise and consent. Senator Delano, do you have a question? Question on item 28?
Yes, Mr. President.
You are recognized.
Did we ever grant her floor privileges in
We
the
did.
Senate? Okay. I was just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Delano. Senator Kirby has moved that we do advise and consent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Pardon me, he suggested use the morning roll call. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the measure passes. Now moving to Senator number 29 on the calendar, Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up items 29 through 36 in block, if no one wishes to set one aside, and ask that the titles be read.
Senators moved to take them up in block. Is there any senator who wishes to set aside any of those items, 29 through 36? Seeing none, his motion is to take them up in block. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you recognize to take them up in block.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate.
We probably need to get the titles read first.
It would be a good idea.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Please read the titles.
Senate concurrent resolution number 539, designate March 2024 as Brain Injury Awareness Month in Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 540, recognize legacy of Rosie S. Simmons as the first African-American since Reconstruction to serve as Bolivar County Circuit Clerk. Senate resolution number 61, recognize Lex Limmers of Columbus as Chair of the Board of Directors of the MMA. Senate resolution number 62, commend tomorrow's 25 Coaching Fellowship Program. Senate resolution number 63, commend Jeff Field for 2024 Automobile Dealer of the Year Award. Senate resolution number 64, commend Ryan Miller for distinguished service as Executive Director of the Office of Workforce Development, Accelerate Mississippi. House concurrent resolution number 52, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission urged to extend authorization for the Gulf LNG liquefaction project. House concurrent resolution number 54, Circuit Judge Claiborne Buddy McDonald IV, commend life and legacy upon his passing.
Make the usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you are recognized.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to explain a few of these. First off, I want to tell you, like on Senate concurrent resolution number 539, Brain Injury Awareness, Senator Michelle's bill, good bill. And then item 30, SCR 540, is legacy of Rosie Simmons, first African-American lady to, since the Reconstruction, to serve as Bolivar County Circuit Clerk. 31, Senator Younger, that's his bill to recognize Lex Limmers of Columbus as Chair of the Board of the Directors for MMA. 32 is Senator Barr's bill, commend tomorrow 25 Coaching Fellowship Program. 33, Senator Parker, is Senate Resolution number 63, commending Jeff Field as 2024 Automobile Dealer. 34 then as Ryan Miller, that's Senator Parker's bill, Distinguished Service Executive Director, Office of Workforce Development. And 35, that's a House bill, and it's by Speaker Pro Tem Representative Barton. And that's one that's basically just urging Congress to continue to do what they're doing. It means quite a bit to the coast financially. 36, then Circuit Judge Buddy McDonald, commend the life and legacy upon his passing, and that's by Representative Owens. If no questions, Mr. President, I request you use some more roll call for final passage.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Bryan, you are recognized for a question.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that we're commending Circuit Judge Buddy McDonald. Does anyone know what court district he was from?
I'm sorry, Senator, I couldn't hear. Yes, Circuit Judge Buddy McDonald.
I was just wondering what court district he was from.
I can't hear. Oh, it is 15th?
The 15th?
15th, yes, sir.
Well, let me see here. I'm trying to find the 15th. Okay. So the 15th Circuit Court District, where he was a circuit judge, as best I can tell, had 5 counties in it, and there is a proposal to reduce that to 3 counties. I just wonder if we want to commend someone who came from a court district which was so defective as his current court district apparently was, that this district had these 2 extra counties in it, which obviously was a terrible thing. And we're getting rid of those 2 counties and moving them to another court district, which I'm sure is a wonderful improvement. And I just wondered if we wanted to keep that in mind if we're thinking about commending this man from this defective court district.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, seeing no further questions,
Use the
Senator,
morning roll call.
your motion is passage by use of the morning roll.
Use the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call on final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan?
Is it possible for me to get voted no on item 35?
Yes.
I'd like to.
Please, Mr. Clerk, please record Senator Bryan as voting no on item 35. Please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye on all matters, and the bills pass. Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator,
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Either one's fine. Thank you. Senator Polk, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Motion is the Senate stands in recess until 2 p.m. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in recess until 2 p.m.
I'd like to call the Senate to order, please. I believe, Senate, we're on item 37. Senator DeBar. Senator DeBar on 37. Pass and retain Senator Hobson, 38 to 40. Pass and retain Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. There are no conferees on 42 to 45. So we'll go to the general calendar. Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, which one?
Item 46.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 292, DUI suspension, clarify how the 120 days are counted.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Barrett to handle the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that we passed out of here, which would give a certain date as to when your driver's license would be suspended. If you will look on line 129, and I will have an amendment, Mr. President. Excuse me, line 28. The first day of any 120-day period shall begin to run on the date the judge signs the order. That is one part of this bill, and as we have had discussions before on line lines 306, this would give the standard for aggravated DUI would be that of an adult standard, 0.08, if and only if an aggravated DUI was tried in circuit court, which would be adult court. Mr. President, that's an explanation of the bill. I do have an amendment, Mr. President.
What number of the bill? I don't know.
Okay, Senator. We
Thank
have
you,
an
Mr.
amendment,
President.
and it's up on the screen.
What number?
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment would remove to run. This would make it consistent with the language that this body adopted. The first day of any 120-day period shall begin on the date the judge signs an order for suspension. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. President, and I yield for any question.
Questions on the bill? I mean the amendment, I'm sorry. Questions on the amendment?
If there are no questions, Mr. President, I ask that the amendment be adopted by use of the morning roll.
I'd be all in favor, sir. Just be all in favor.
I'm sorry, I need to move for an adoption of the amendment.
That's correct. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're ready now, Senator. We're back on the bill as amended.
Yes, Mr. President. I yield for any questions on the bill as amended, Mr. President.
Okay, any questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Okay, now we're ready, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that this bill be passed by use of the morning roll.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Fillingane, you're recognized. We're on item 47, sir.
Are you ready on that one? Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 47, call up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 438, shoplifting, revised penalties for crime of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we go to the strike all and ask to recognize Senator Sparks to present the strike all.
Senator, you're recognized to present the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill goes back to the Senate position. House Bill 438 is addressed with shoplifting. We had changed the finding requirement. There was an issue with some of our courts of not wanting such a high standard as far as substantial and compelling reasons why. So that was stricken. It is basically the language that we had in that bill, and I would yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
This being a strike-all, we would move for adoption of the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator Sparks.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Senator Hobson?
Was going to ask a question, but
Okay, that's all right, Senator. You're recognized.
I couldn't hear your explanation, Senator. I just, if you could.
This is the shoplifting bill that we had taken the substantial and compelling language out for the finding of the judge. It's the actual Senate language that we passed out. We have inserted in the strike-all.
Okay, the strike-all is the same bill as the Senate passed previously?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Any other questions? Okay, Senator Sparks, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane passed and retained from 48 through 54. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan is recognized. We're on 55, Senate.
I ask that the title be read. On 1030, item 55, I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1030, DHS, authorized to enter into lease with counties having local offices to maximize federal funds.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move adoption. I move passage of the bill. The bill allows the executive director of the Department of Human Services to appoint a county director who does not reside in the county if there is no one there who's available, and also to enter into a lease with the Board of Supervisors, the mutually agreeable lease to have an office for the Department of Human Services in the counties. This is the standard practice. There are some federal funds that are available for this, and this would allow them to draw down some federal funds. Those are the two things the bill does. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senators requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Senator Bryan.
I go to item number 56, House Bill 1376, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1376, Qualified Residential Treatment Programs, authorize certain youth and child protective services to be placed in.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator
There
Bryan.
are children who are very troubled. They're more technical terms, but that's what I would say. And there are now qualified residential treatment programs which are thought to be placements that would be appropriate for some children. The Department of Child Protection Services is simply asking that these places be authorized as a legal place to place children who are in this, seem to be appropriate for those settings. That's all the bill does. It's identical to a bill we passed earlier. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present, Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Senator Bryan. 57.
Ask if the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 728, prescription drugs, prohibit discriminating against actions against 340B drug discount program entities.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator Bryan.
The 340B drug program is a program which allows hospitals, rural clinics, and other entities that serve a large number of uninsured or underinsured individuals to purchase drugs at a price lower than they otherwise could purchase them for. These drugs, or the effect of that is to allow additional compensation to go to these entities to help them pay for the uninsured and underinsured care that they're providing. There has been a concern about pharmacies that are under contract to hospitals. In other words, if I've been in a hospital, I've been discharged, and I've been given a prescription, I can come back to the hospital and purchase drugs that will be recognized under the 340B program. The hospitals also have contractual arrangements with pharmacies so that there are pharmacies throughout their service area so that the patient doesn't have to drive to the hospital and back to get the drug. They can just get the drug at the pharmacy there in the store, and if it otherwise qualifies, it would still be purchased at the 340B rate. This is the current situation. It just ratifies that this is appropriate under state law and requires the drug companies and insurance companies to comply with that. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Any objective procedure? Of course, voting no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Turner Ford, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Voting present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. 2 negative votes. Please note those, Mr. Clerk. Senator Polk, you're called on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess up to the call of the chair.
Anticipate it will be 2:45, Senate. All in favor, aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Senator Barnett. We'll pass that item, retain it on the calendar, retain its place. Item 59 and 60, 61, 62, go to item 63. Senator Whaley. Pass. We'll pass and retain item 64, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next four items are nominations, and so my motion is to suspend the rules to take items 64 through 67 in block.
Senator DeBar moves that we take items 64 through 67 in block. Anyone object? Anyone wish to set one aside? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Oh, what? Senator Hill, you wish to set one aside? Okay. Any objections? Seeing no objections, Senator DeBar. You need to read the title.
Motion, ask the titles be read.
Please read the title.
Glenn V. East, Gulfport, Mississippi State Board of Education as a school administrator, 9-year term beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2032. Senate nomination number 61, Dr. Amelia Cummings, Fulton, Mississippi. Mississippi Authority for Educational Television, Mississippi Public Broadcasting Board, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027. Senate nomination number 67, Kelly Dawn Barn, Columbus, Mississippi, Educational Television Authority, Mississippi Public Broadcasting Board, as the teacher or principal of a secondary school representative, remainder of a 4-year term effective February 19, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2025. Senate nomination number 81, Benjamin Blue, Ben Morgan, Laurel, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School Authorized Board, 3-year term effective February 16, 2024, and ending August 31st, 2026, representing the 2nd Supreme Court District, Vice John Hinton, Jr.
There's no usual motion on this, Mr. Chairman. You recognize to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. So each of these people came before the board, the committee. Dr. Cummings on item 65, she was via Zoom. Start with item 64, Glenn East to the State Board of Education. Actually, none of these individuals had any derogatory data. A few did not have their economic interests filed, but they've since been accomplished. With Glenn East, item Senate nomination number 44 to the Board of Education, he is a renomination. We had Senator Delano speak on his behalf, and his passed the committee, as well as on item 65, Senate nomination number 61, Dr. Cummings. Dr. Cummings is already a member of the IHL board. She is their appointee to the Mississippi Public Broadcasting Board. She came before the board to answer the questions, no derogatory data. Kelly Barham, she is from Columbus. She is appointed to serve on the ETV, the MPB board. Senator Younger spoke on her behalf, and she passed the committee. And Senate nomination 81, Benjamin Morgan. He is from Laurel to the Charter School Authorizer Board. He came before the committee. Senator Robinson spoke on his behalf, and he passed through the committee as well. So I'll yield for any questions at this time, Mr.
Are there
President.
any? See no questions, Senator.
Motions, we do advise and consent.
Senator moves.
By use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we do advise and consent by use of morning roll call. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please. Senator Hill, no on which one? All of them? On all of them, okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, please record all others present by use of Senator Chisholm on those, on all of them, okay. So Senator Chisholm, anyone else? She's present. Senator Chisholm present. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of one roll call as voting aye. All right, the next is Senator Younger, pass and retain. Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain item 69 and go to item 70. My motion will be that we take up items 70 and 71 in block, please.
All right, we'll pass and retain item 69, go to item 70 and 71 in block. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. No objection. All opposed, no. Senator Branding, you recognize to take up item 70, House Bill 74, and 71, House Bill 75 in block.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read on these two items, please.
Please read the titles.
House Bill number 74, Memorial Highways, designate segment in Knoxville County as the Chief Petty Officer Andrew Triplett Memorial Highway. House Bill number 75, Memorial Highway, designated segment of U.S. Highway 45 in Macon, Mississippi as the Sergeant Travis S. Cooper Memorial Highway.
Senator Branding.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 74 is simply a memorial highway that designates a segment in Knoxville County as the Chief Petty Officer Andrew Triplett Memorial Highway. House Bill 75 is a memorial highway that designates a segment of Highway 45 in Macon as the Sergeant Travis S. Cooper Memorial Highway. If there are no questions, the motion is final passage on the morning roll call.
Any objection? Motion is, I'm sorry, Senator Branding suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present while use the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Branding.
I'd like to go to item 72 on today's calendar, House Bill 120, and ask the title be read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 120, Memorial Highways, designate segment in Shannon Lee County as the Johnny R. Patterson Memorial Highway.
Make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Branding.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a memorial highway in Lee County. The designation will be the Johnny R. Patterson Memorial Highway, and there is an amendment on the desk here. I'd like to be recognized to explain the amendment, please.
You're recognized to explain.
The amendment simply clarifies the location of the highway. We did not have the exact location in committee, but we have since gotten with the Board of Supervisors, and the location per the amendment will be the intersection of Highway 278 and US 45 in Shannon, Mississippi. The distance will be approximately 1 mile. Happy to answer questions on the amendment. Otherwise, I move adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions? Senator suggests adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Branding.
I move final passage on the morning roll call, please.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present while they use the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Branding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'd like to take up items 73 through 76 in block, please.
The senator suggests that we take up items 73 through 76. Is that what you said? 73 through 76 in block. Anyone wish to, did you say 76, Senator?
73 through 76.
In block. Anyone object? Anyone wish to set one aside? Seeing none, you recognize to take up those items in block, Senator.
Ask the titles be read, please.
Please read the titles.
House Bill number 619, Memorial Highway, designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 15 in Jasper County as the Major Samuel S. Coach King Memorial Highway. House Bill number 823, Memorial Bridge, designate North Bridge on Mississippi Highway 309 as the Hubert Ingram Memorial Bridge. House Bill number 1216, Memorial Highways, designate segment in Marion County as the Sheriff J.V. Pope Memorial Highway. House Bill number 1287, Memorial Highway, designate segment of Mississippi Highway 30 in Prentiss County as the Jamie Neal Gouen PCPA Lineman Memorial Highway.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Branding.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 73 is a memorial highway, Highway 15 in Jasper County, to be known as the Major Samuel S. Coach King Memorial Highway. House Bill 823 is a memorial bridge in Marshall County that will designate a bridge on Highway 309 as the Hubert Ingram Memorial Bridge. House Bill 1216 is a memorial highway in Marion County to be the Sheriff J.V. Pope Memorial Highway. House Bill 1287 will designate a portion of Mississippi Highway 30 in Prentiss County as the Jamie Neal Ginn PCEPA Lineman Memorial Highway. Happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Polk, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield, Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Branning. I'm not sure about this, if you could answer it, but it's my recollection that the Sheriff Polk was murdered in like the 1950s or early 60s. Is that the same sheriff we're talking about?
I'm not sure about that, Mr. Chairman, but I'm happy to check on it and report back to you. I don't know the history.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions? Seeing no questions, motion, Senator. He suggests you.
Morning roll call, Mr. President.
The senator suggests you use the morning roll call final passage. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Branning.
I'd like to go to item 77 on today's calendar, House Bill 1288. Ask the title be read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1288, Memorial Highways, clarify names of certain to reflect official title of U.S. service members for whom they are named.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to go back and clarify designations for certain individuals for whom various highways were named. These highways were actually named a couple of years ago, so we're just going back to clarify. And there is an amendment on the desk. If I may be recognized to explain the amendment.
You're recognized to explain.
It simply removes the reverse repealer that was placed there by the House, and Chairman Massengill and I had discussed this, and he has asked me to remove this on the floor so it goes back to him so that he will have a vehicle in conference to accommodate additional requests that may come later in session. So with that, I move adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning, the amendment's adopted.
I move final passage on the morning roll call.
The senator suggested use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Branning.
I'd like to go to item 78 on today's calendar, House Bill 1463, and ask the title be read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1463, Carroll V. Hood Memorial Highway, specify parameters for location for designation.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning.
This is simply a bill, Memorial Highway bill, where we're specifying the actual parameters of the Carroll V. Hood Memorial Highway in Copiah County. The specific parameters to be Highway 28, the intersection of 28 and the VFW Road. If there are no questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
I see no questions, and the senator has suggested use of the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is adopted. Senator Branning.
I'd like to go to item 79, House Bill 1681. Ask the title be read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1681, Memorial Highways, designate segment of Mississippi Highway 513 in Clark County as Lance Corporal Mac Hamburg MSMC Memorial Highway.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a highway naming bill that has several included here, and I will go through each briefly, and then in just a moment we'll have an amendment on the desk that adds additional. And I'd like to encourage the members, if you anticipate having a request from your district for a Memorial Highway, I've tried to keep a vehicle intact for you all to do that. Please get with me in the next day or two so that I can look for that request to come for you. So for an explanation of House Bill 1681, the first highway is Highway 513 in Stonewall, Clark County, is the Lance Corporal Mac Hamburg Memorial Highway. Then we have a segment of Highway 15 in Tippah County. It's the Major General Al Norris Hopkins Memorial Highway. Then in Marshall County, we have a portion of US 72 is the Eddie Dixon Memorial Highway. Also in Marshall County, a portion of Highway 7 as the Charles and Juanita Thomas Memorial Highway. a segment of I-69 in DeSoto as the Mason Will Banks Memorial Highway, a segment of Highway 30 in Prentiss County as the J.P. Davis Memorial Highway. And I'd like to now be recognized to explain the amendment, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
The amendment just contains some late requests that I have received, and I just wanted to go ahead and make these part of this bill at this moment. In the amendment, you will see Highway 9 in Webster County as the William Bill Seaborn Memorial Highway, and then Highway 39 in the city of Meridian as the Meridian Mayor Sherry Berry Memorial Highway. Also, a portion of Highway 15 in Pontotoc County is the Judge Fred Wicker Memorial Highway. A portion of Highway 311 in Marshall County as the Charles and Juanita Thomas Memorial Highway. A portion of Highway 7 in Lafayette County is the Johnny Morgan Memorial Highway. A portion of Highway 57 in Greene County as the Purple Heart Highway. That is an explanation of the amendment. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Senator, no questions?
I move final passage.
Move adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, I'm sorry.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain on items 80 and 81. Go to 82. I'd ask the title be read on House Bill 751.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 751, Commercial Motor Vehicles Extend Repeal on Authority of Commissioner of Public Safety to create voluntary inspection program.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning.
House Bill 751 simply extends the repealer on the Commercial Motor Vehicle Voluntary Inspection Program to 2028. If there are no questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Item 82 is passed. Senator.
I'd like to pass and retain on item 83.
Pass and retain item number 83. Next, we'll go to item 84. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Go to item 85. Senator Parker. Senator Parker will pass and retain item 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 3, 4, and go to item 95. Those items throughout 94 will retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 95, House Bill 819. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 95 and item 96 and ask that they retain their place on the calendar and go to 97 and ask that the title be read.
Pass and retain items 95 and 96. Retain their place on the calendar. Go to item number 97, House Bill 1079, and ask the title be read.
House Bill number 1079, Clean Claim, clarify requirements for.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Michelle.
I ask Senator Suber be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, the claims bill, the issue we're having is our medical providers are sending in claims to the health insurance companies, and if there's a problem with the claim, the medical providers don't know the full extent of why they're not getting reimbursed. And so what this bill does, we'll require the health insurance company to provide a written list of any information or documentation that they're needing to make sure the claim is clean in order to pay the claim. Some of these claims are sitting out there 6 months or so, and they're not getting paid, so we just want to make sure that these healthcare providers are getting reimbursed. The other part of this bill basically allows the commissioner to adopt rules and regulations to comply with this part of the bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I see no question. Senator, motion.
All right, I move for passage based on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests to use morning roll call final passage. Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Item 98, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1213, Living Donor Protection Act, create.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
I ask that Senator Blackman be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is it prohibits insurers that provide life insurance, disability insurance, and long-term care policies from prohibiting someone who is a living donor from obtaining the insurance, and it prohibits them from discriminating them on the basis of such. And it also prohibits them from stopping someone from donating an organ in order to continue to have those policies. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Are there any questions? I see no questions. A motion, Senator.
Yes, passage by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? No senator object. Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Michelle.
Thank you. I ask that we pass items 99 and 100 that they retain their place on the calendar.
Pass and retain items 99 and 100. They retain their place on the calendar. We'll go to item 101, Judiciary B. Pass and retain. Also 102, 103, all will pass and retain their place on the calendar. Thank you. We'll go to Senator Bryan, 104. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1129, Office of Mississippi Physician Workforce Transfer from UMMC to the State Department of Health.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
This bill moves the Office of Physician Workforce from the University of Mississippi Medical Center to the State Department of Health. This is agreeable with everyone. I've talked to everyone involved, and it's a consensus. I would say also that one of the things that I believe we're in the process of doing, and the State Department of Health is doing a great deal of this already, is try to establish at the State Department of Health the clear responsibility for looking at health care universally throughout the state, all day, every day, and trying to coordinate what's going on. We have health care in corrections, we have health care on the local level, we have private people, we have public people, and it's not, absolutely not, that the State Department of Health needs to control any of that. It's just that they need to be aware of what's going on. So to use an old phrase, the right hand knows what the left hand's doing. But this bill is at least a step in that direction. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Bryan suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please recall present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. We'll go to Senator Suber, item 105.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 105, House Bill 1123.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1123, MDOT, authorizes transfer and conveyance of certain real property to Greene County Board of Supervisors.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber.
All right, I move to adopt the strike all and explain.
Committee.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
All right, this bill allows the Department of Transportation to transfer a piece of property to the Board of Supervisors in Greene County. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
All right, I move to adopt the strikeout.
Senator moves to adopt the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator Suber.
All right, move to use the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator suggests to use morning roll call final passage. Does any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McCon, item 106.
Mr. President, I would ask that we pass item 106, have it retain its place on the calendar, and then call up items 107, 108, and the title be called. My motion would be to take those up in block.
Okay, we'll pass and retain item 106. Senator suggested that we take up items 107, 108 in block. Anyone object? Anyone wish to set one aside? Seeing none, Senator, you're recognized. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I would ask the title be read.
Please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 16, Joseph E. Joe Pettigrew, Kiln, Mississippi, Mississippi Forestry Commission, 6-year term effective July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2029, representing the 4th Congressional District. Senate nomination number 17, Charles Bradley, Brad Campbell, Starkville, Mississippi, State Board of Registration for Foresters to represent the East Central Forestry Commission District, 5-year term beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2028.
Mr. President, these are both reappointments that we've got here. We have gone through the committee and we've brought up as far as any things of concern that we would have. The only things we've got are the oath and bond will be recorded with the commissioner, with the Forestry Commission. Economic impact statements or interest statements that have been updated for our individuals there. And I would entertain any questions. If there's not any, I would suggest use the morning roll call for advice and consent. That we do advise and consent based upon the use of the
Morning roll call. There you go, Senator. Any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves that we do advise consent by use of morning roll call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Never mind. You're the only aye. It's morning roll call. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call. My fault, Senator. All right, we'll go to item 109. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item number 109 and go to item number 110 and have that item read.
We'll pass and retain item 109, go to item 110. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1121, state officers make minor, non-substantive changes regarding swearing in of.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very simple bill, just like it says. It makes non-substantive changes to conform with changes we made in the ballot in the year 2020. We removed the requirement that a candidate for governor or state office receive the highest number of votes. So that required House approval for these members. Now we're just putting that they're sworn in. Governor sworn in the first Tuesday next after the first legislative session. All other state offices are that Thursday after that. So it just makes a very simple change to that to conform to those initiatives that were passed by the state in 2020. That's a simple explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
Move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? I thought I heard someone. Anyone wish to be no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. We'll go to item 111. You wish to consider pass and retain item 111? 112, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass items 112,
and go to item 113, call that up, ask the title be read.
Pass, retain. Item 112 retains place on the calendar. Go to item 113. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1102, DHS authorized to use communication approved by financial institution for encumbrances.
Senator Wiggins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, I call up the strike all in lieu of the original bill and be asked to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. The strike all is simply the bill that we passed. This is the Senate bill. This is the one about DHS being able to work with the banks to send notification to them. And if there's no questions, my motion would be that we adopt the strike all.
Motion is we do adopt the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Move the adoption on the passage of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls voting aye. Senator Wiggins, the bill is passed.
Ask that we pass 14, it retain its place on the calendar, and we go to item 15, call that 115 and call that up, ask the title be read.
Item 115, please read the title.
House Bill number 1343, Scrivener's Affidavit, revised authority for attorney who submitted but are now retired.
Senator Wiggins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Simple bill. This is dealing with Scrivener's error particularly in your land cases. And what the additional language simply does is let a member of the bar who's retired to simply file in the affidavit that he or she was retired from the practice of law at the time that he verified the deeds that were done. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator. Motion is?
Passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator Wiggins suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Wiggins, 116.
116 to 119 that we pass and retain.
Pass and retain items 116 through 119. Go to item 120, Senator Thompson. Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we pass and retain item number 120, go to item number 121, have the title read, and be asked to explain.
Senator asks that we pass and retain item 120 and go to 121, House Bill 1006. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1006, Recreation Crab Licenses, Limited License Holders, Resident Households.
Senator, you recognized for usual motion.
Make the usual motion, Mr.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill number 1006 comes to us from the Department of Marine Resources and is to change the way the department licenses recreational crabbers from limiting them from 6 traps per household to limiting them to 6 traps per licensee. The idea being is that you have more than one licensee in a household, that each licensee can have up to 6 recreational crab traps. That's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator, a motion?
Motion would be for final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Thompson suggested use the morning roll call for final. Oh, we do have a question. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to hear you.
Okay, Senator, you recognize Senator Hill?
Absolutely.
You yield? Senator Hill, you recognize?
Yes. So this is recreational, not commercial, and so you're limiting it to license holders rather than households. So can you explain to me again, is this going to be less license issued or more under this plan?
It would be more traps.
More traps.
More traps.
So you would, so the recreational people would be able to fish more for crabs.
Correct. The example would be if
Okay, that was my concern. I didn't want it to be lowering.
Correct, yes.
Thank
no,
you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions? No questions, the senator suggests the use of the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Go to item 122. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item number 122 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1007, oyster tags, authorize the printing of by the catcher.
Senator Thompson makes
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recognized to explain
You're
House Bill 107.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill number 1007 is another department bill and would allow the individual oyster harvesters to print their own tags. Currently, the Department of Marine Resources prints the tags, and the oyster harvester has to fill out the tag with the area of harvest, the date, and the harvester's ID. This bill would allow those individual harvesters to print their own tags and save them from having to go to the department to have the tags printed and filled out later on. That's a brief explanation of the bill, and if there are no questions, I move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Thompson.
Ask that we go to item number 123 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1279, shrimp trawling, provides that certain waters shall be permanently closed to.
Senator Thompson.
I make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill number 1279 amends the shrimping regulations on where individuals can harvest shrimp by trawl. There are different nets that people can use to harvest shrimp. We have a 1/2 mile boundary from the shore for shrimp trawling. However, the current language of the bill refers to shrimping in general, not just shrimp trawling. So this clarifies that inside of 1/2 mile is closed to shrimp trawling and opens that interior area for harvesting shrimp by other methods, including haul seines or hand seines or cast nets. That's a brief explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests the use of the vote. Oh,
We have a strike.
wait.
There is a
Oh,
strike call, Mr.
it
President.
is a strike call. Have you explained the strike call?
No, Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike call.
Okay. Please explain.
Thank you. The original language of the bill on lines 82 and 83 had a reference to shrimping with a net that must be thrown by hand. We deleted that to make other methods of catch available for recreational fishermen. That's a brief explanation of the strike all, and if there are no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Okay. Any questions on the strike call? Seeing none, senators move adoption of strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now for your motion was to suggest the use of the morning roll call for final passage?
Correct.
Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator Thompson. Go to item 124.
Pass and retain.
Pass and retain item 124. Senator Sparks, 125. Pass and retain 125. 120. What's Senator Sparks? Did you? All the way through 127. Pass and retain. Go to item 128. Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, I'd like to pass item 128 on today's calendar and ask that it retains its place and go to item 129 and ask that the title be read.
All right, pass retain item 128 and go to item 129, House Bill 1149. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1149, counties, authorized to only maintain electronic format of law books in county courtrooms and public county law libraries.
I make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this bill is permissive language for our counties. It's supported by the Mississippi Association of Supervisors. And right now, all of our counties are required by law to maintain physical copies of law books in the county courthouses and also in the public county law libraries. And so what this bill will do is a cost-saving mechanism, and it will allow the counties at their own election to maintain an electronic version of the law books. That's all the bill does. I'll yield to any questions.
I think we have a couple of senators. Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Seymour for a
I
question?
yield, Mr. President.
Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you do in case of having court and there's a cyber attack?
I'm sorry,
As far as having electronic only, what do you do in case of a shutdown of the electronic system that's in the courthouse? If you allow the counties not to have a written copy of the law?
I'm not sure I'm following you, but right now, the counties have physical law books in the county courthouses, and what this would do would allow the county boards of supervisors to elect, in lieu of having those physical copies, to have an electronic copy.
Correct, in lieu of, which means they can either have one or the other.
That's
It
correct.
does not require them to have a written copy in the courthouse.
That's correct. They can have the electronic copy, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yes.
Do you yield Senator Hill for a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Hill, you recognize.
Thank you. Don't you think there's probably some lawyers who are up in age that would probably rather walk over and grab a book? I'm up in age, but not up in age as some people who are still practicing law. And when you need to flip back and forth from one code book to another, it becomes difficult to do that on a computer. So my question would be, wouldn't this be making it harder for certain people that work in the system that are older, that weren't trained on technology like we were, that may be still practicing good law? That's a real concern of mine.
I understand the concern, Senator, but the bill came over from the House, and I understand that the supervisors believe that it's a cost-saving mechanism for our counties, and it's not mandatory. They still can maintain the physical copy and the electronic copy. This was just put permissive language in the statute to allow the counties to do the electronic copy.
So how much more does it cost to have physical law books than to have a subscription to LexisNexis or whatever in these law libraries? Because you still can't get on them if you don't have a subscription.
Senator, I haven't actually run the numbers on the cost, but I can get that information to you.
Okay, I think you could have power outages, you could have a lot of things that keep you from getting on a computer. Systems go down, you might be in the middle of court. So I have some serious concerns about allowing somebody to only go to electronic format. Thank you.
And again, Senator, it's not just the electronic format. This just allows them to do that if they so choose. Thank you.
Senator Blackman, do you have a question, Senator Blackman?
Yes, question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Blackman.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Blackman, you recognize.
Is there a provision in here for those that do choose to have the electronic version, for them providing a computer for that to be accessed?
It's not in here, Senator Blackman, but I understand that in many of the courthouses, they do have workplaces already for the lawyers to use the physical law lab books, as well as computers are provided for them to look up other things electronically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, I see no further questions, Senator.
My motion is to pass the bill by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? No is Tate, Chisholm, Suber, I started to say Barrett, but Hobson and Whaley and Younger and Parker, and England, and McClendon, and Senator Bryan, and Senator Bryan, yes, Senator Thompson, Senator Berry, Senator Hill, Senator Seymour, Senator Fillingane, Senator Blackwell. I got Senator Berry, yes. And Parker. Oh, Harkins, I'm sorry, Harkins and Sparks. And Rhodes. Yeah, Blackwell did. Senator Blackman, you voted no on this, or did you vote on? You're an aye on this, 'cause, okay, it's Blackwell, not Blackmun, I think.
That's it.
McCon. Okay, Senator Robinson. Anyone else? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, please read off those that are voting no. Make sure we have everyone.
Voting no or nay: Barrett, Blackwell, Bryan, Chisholm, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hobson, McCon, McClendon, Parker, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, and Younger, and Berry.
Anyone else to the vote?
Senator Carter.
To the vote, Senator Carter.
Yes, Mr. President, I vote no.
Please record Senator Carter as no.
And how many left?
Yes, it is.
With 22 voting no, the bill has passed. Okay, we'll go to the next item. Senator Bryan.
I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on House Bill 1149.
Please join the chairman.
And Mr. President, if I may, I'd also like to enter a motion to reconsider on House Bill 120, which was item 72 on today's calendar.
All right. House Bill 652, please join the chairman on that as well. Okay, back to business. We'll go to item 130. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 130 on today's calendar, House Bill 978, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 978, State Veterans Affairs Board, revised provisions regarding processing of claims.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call on Senator Thompson to explain the bill.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 978 comes to us from the State Veterans Affairs Board. The substantive revisions are on lines 30 through 34 of the bill. Under current form, the State Veterans Affairs Board gets a power of attorney from the veteran in order to represent that veteran before the Veterans Administration. Basically, they're there to advocate for the veteran in front of the VA for that veteran's benefits. The Veterans Affairs Board gets a power of attorney from the veteran. However, there have been instances where the veteran comes to the board maybe just a few days before their hearing, and the board does not have enough information, or the board's attorneys don't have enough information to represent that veteran in front of the VA. What this bill does is allows the Veterans Affairs Board an additional 30 days, basically, to get the veteran has to come to the Affairs Board at least 30 days before their VA hearing so that the Veterans Affairs Board attorneys have enough time to gather information regarding that veteran's benefits claims. If the veteran comes to the board with less than 30 days, the Affairs Board can still advise the veteran to seek a continuance of their VA hearing or otherwise advise them, but that they don't have to have the power of attorney. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yes.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Yes.
Senator Hill, you recognize.
Since I'm not extremely familiar with how this works now, the only thing I'm concerned about where it says if the appeal time is less than 30 days, the State Veterans Affairs Board may only advise the veteran with the claim. So can you explain what's changing from current practice?
The current practice is that the board attorneys get a power of attorney from the veteran to represent that veteran in front of the VA. Sometimes the veterans come to the board just maybe a few days before their VA hearing. You get a power of attorney, but you really don't have any information to know what you're advocating for. This would allow the Veterans Affairs Board's attorneys to have that power of attorney at least 30 days before the hearing so that they can gather information to advocate for that veteran. The sentence that you referenced, that second sentence about being able to advise the veteran, means that they can advise that veteran presumably to get a continuance of their VA hearing, to get that hearing continued to a later date, to give the board attorney time.
So this is going to help them, basically. It's going
That's
to help
the-
the veterans.
that's
This
the
is
intent of
designed
the
to help.
bill.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The intent of this bill is not for the Veterans Affairs Board's attorneys to duck out of their obligation to represent the veteran. This is just to give them time, sufficient time to prepare to represent the veteran in front of the VA.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, the senator suggested use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 131. Senator Tate.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 131, House Bill 1001, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1001, Veterans Cemeteries, authorize intervention under Federal Bureau of Equity for Guards and Reserves Act.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1001, what this does is this is going to allow members in the National Guard to be able to be buried at two of our beautiful veteran cemeteries. We have one in Newton County and one up in Kilmichael. The only condition would be if that member left under the condition of dishonorable, then they would not be allowed. The person that would arrange the funeral would be responsible for paying for it, and that's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator. Motion.
Ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests to use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Next, Senator Boyd, pass and retain all the way through, let's see, 132, 133, 134. Senator McMahon, item 135. Senator
President, I'd ask that item 135 be, House Bill number 564 be moved to the hill of the calendar.
Ask that that item be moved to the hill of the calendar. Any objection? That item will be moved. Item 136, Senator Polk, pass and retain. Item 137, keep going, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and then we'll go to Senator DeBar, item 144, pass and retain, and all the way through, let's see, from 144 all the way through item 150, Senator Barr. So item 144 through 150, pass and retain. Go to item 151, Senator Michelle. Items 150, Senator Michelle asks that we pass and retain 151, 152, and 153. We'll go to item 154, Senator Turner Ford. Pass and retain that item. Item 155, Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain. Okay, all the way through. All the way through. All the way down to, let's see, Senator England. Did we do Senator England? Pass and retain. 163, Senator Whaley. 164, Senator Blunt. Pass and retain. 165, Senator Tate pass. No, not Senator Tate. Senator England. Pass and retain. 166, 167, Senator Williams. 168, pass and retain. Senator Carter. 169, pass and retain it. All the way through, Senator, to 174 through 174 will pass and retain. Go to item 175, Senator Polk. Senator Polk, pass and retain 175. Go to Senator Suber, 176. Pass and retain 177. Senator Barr, 178. Pass and retain all the 78, 79. Go to 180. Senator Bryan. You're recognized.
I go to item 180 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 317, EMS Memorial Health Department shall design and construct to honor EMS personnel who died in the line of duty.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
This bill would authorize a memorial for emergency medical personnel who have been killed in the line of duty. It would be located at the State Department of Health. It's agreeable to the State Department of Health to locate it there, and the funding would depend on other sources, just authorizes the memorial. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, senators suggest use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 181 and ask that the title be read.
Senator, before we do that, Senator McClendon, for what purpose did you wish to be recognized?
I'd like to hold item number 30 at the proper time, Mr. President.
I'd like to hold it on a motion to reconsider?
Yes, sir.
Please join the chairman. All right, now, Senator Bryan has asked that the title be read. Please read the title.
It's House Bill number 760, Mississippi Qualified Health Center Grant Program, extend date for Department of Health grants for increased services and physicians.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, there currently is a program under which we make grants to Mississippi Qualified Health Centers to help defray the cost of employing new physicians. This bill would simply extend the repealer on that program As far as whether any money goes into it, and if so, how much, that's a matter for the Appropriations Committee to decide. This is just the authorizing language. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Bryan. We'll go to item 182, Senator Whaley. Pass and retain. Next one, Senator Bryan, 183.
Mr. President, I would ask that we pass the remaining public health items on the calendar and let them retain their place.
We'll pass the rest of the public health. That's 183 through 190. Those items will pass and retain their place on the calendar. Thank you, Senator Bryan. We'll go to Senator Suber, 191. Pass and retain. Pass and retain that item. Senator Johnson, 192. Pass and retain. 193. Pass it also, Senator Johnson. And 94. We'll go to Senator DeBar. Those items will pass, will retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 195. Senator, pass and retain. 195, 196, and 197, Senator DeBar. Next, we'll go to Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, pass and retain. 199, pass and retain as well. 200, 201, all of them, Senator Wiggins, all the way through down to Senator Fillingham, item 206, House Bill 1126, pass and retain. All right. Anyone wish to go back on the calendar for any item? Go ahead. I didn't hear what he said.
Sorry, Senator Jackson.
Motion to reconsider.
Okay.
I'd like to hold item number 105, House Bill 1123, on motion to reconsider.
105, Mr. Clerk. House Bill. Senator Sparks, did you have a matter? On the calendar. Please proceed, Senator Sparks.
Move to suspend the rules to take up item number 127 on today's calendar.
One moment, please. Thanks, Dean. Thank you. Item 127, Senate. Senator Sparks, is that House Bill 1567?
That's correct, Mr. President.
I'll let everybody take a moment. Okay, Senator's motion is suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
I would ask that the item be called up and the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1567, Workforce Development Fund, bring forward code section on.
I'd like to be recognized.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill number 1567 simply brings forward the code sections addressing Workforce Development Fund. There is a reverse repealer in this bill. I would have a motion at the proper time to amend by removing the reverse repealer. And that way the bill would go back to them for comments.
Okay, let's start with making the usual motion, Senator.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, we're on just 1 second. I don't think we got it up yet. One more. The amendment's on the screen. Senator, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment would simply be striking the language "and shall stand repealed" on June 30, 2024, removing the reverse repealer. I would yield any questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Hill, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
We yield for a question, Senator Sparks.
I yield for
Senator
question.
Hill, you're recognized.
I think I heard you say that all this bill was doing was bringing forth code sections.
That's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
So if you're removing the reverse repealer, the
When-
bills,
Well, we changed the bill over here by removing the reverse repealer. We've amended it. It goes back to the House. The House will not concur and invite conference is the intention of the amendment. If they concur, then all they do is pass code sections that are already in the law. So-
I was just wondering why you're removing the reverse repealer when we haven't done anything but bring forth the code sections, but I get it. Thank you.
If we pass it with a reverse repealer and they accidentally pass it, then we have a problem. Because we repeal the whole section, so that's why we're removing it.
Okay.
If there are not any more questions, Mr. President, I would move for adoption of the amendment.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator Sparks.
If there are no further questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll. I'm sorry, one moment, please. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
I have a question.
You yield for a question, Senator
I
Sparks.
yield for questions.
Senator Bryan's recognized.
Do I understand the House sent us a bill which does nothing but bring forward existing code sections, and that bill had a reverse repealer in it?
They did add an amendment in committee, Senator Bryan, that added a reverse repealer to code sections, and that is how it arrived here in the Senate, and I'm just simply asking us to remove that.
We have gone through the looking glass and arrived in Wonderland.
Thank you, Chairman Bryan.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Any other questions or statements? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Chisholm, no. Anyone present? Turner Ford, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes, the amendment passes by use of the morning roll call. Negative, one present. Okay, back on the calendar, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, I'd like to be added as a co-author of item number 30 on today's calendar, Senate concurrent resolution number 540.
Senator Horn, number 30, Senate concurrent resolution 540, Mr. Clerk. Rosie S. Simmons. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll go to announcements. Announcements. Okay, we'll start with Senator Pope for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have two. First, the Business Financial Institutions Committee will meet in room 409 at 4 p.m. this afternoon to look at some nominations that have been brought forth, and also to remind the junior pages and Senators Norwood, Parker, and Suber that in the morning at 9:45, the page pictures will be made here in the chamber.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Branning, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to call a Highways and Transportation meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30 in room 216. We've got two confirmations we need to take up. It should be very brief. Thank you.
Two confirmations, transportation in the morning. Anyone else? Any other announcements? Today, Senate worked hard and disposed of approximately 54 items on the calendar, leaving us about 150. We anticipate we'll be working Friday morning. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Mr. President, I would like to be added as co-author to number 30, number 540 on the morning roll call.
Number 30, number 540, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Any other announcements? All right, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, at which time the Journal will reflect And we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Polk.